Nancy Carly. Okay,
awesome. Great.
so just to give them one off the rails.
This is working. I didn't know this is working. Oh.
It does. It's you learning anything. You learning how to use this one? No, he's learning to.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start.
Rubber tip.
Will you all put your phones on silent or turn them off, please? Please.
I know you can do that. Hey, Adam. Just let me know when you're ready.
You almost ready?
Oh, are we good?
We're good.
Okay. I didn't want to start without you.
Is it working? Take that.
Are you on? Tested? I
No.
got nothing.
Testing. I've got 2 people doing electronics. 2 great volunteers.
That one kind of on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Testing.
Does it help at all? Yeah.
Where they were all just automatic.
Yeah, they were.
What'd you do, man?
They were.
We're about to upgrade it anyway.
I mean, these ones are on,
But they're real low. Hello, hello. No.
Good morning. Here, I can hear the phone and I can't hear you. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Thank you very, very much.
It's on, but we've got a hum.
The audio is aged and old and in need of replacement. Not, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
We know.
Talk again at home? Tom?
Testing.
It was for a second.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on.
I'll try to talk loud.
No, you're not going water.
Yes.
I think that was for last.
Those eight be ready.
Okay. Here we go.
Testing.
Oh, yeah.
I just didn't do it right.
Yeah, but a little closer to your mouth.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Yeah.
Let's see, what time is it? Everybody ready? Mhm, okay. It's 9:02 and we'll call the February 17th board meeting to order. If you all please stand. For a moment of silence. For the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the United
One state under God, one indivisible.
That was nice.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. We have 4 board members, Jason Long, John Wiley, Memo Guzman, and Lisa Vale. So we have a quorum. All right, we have 3 sets of minutes to go through. So the first set is for, let's do the January board meeting, January 20th. Has everybody had a chance to read it?
Yes.
We have a motion.
Make a motion to approve the January 20th meeting minutes.
All in favor? Unanimous. Second set is the Actually, that was the special. That was the 20th. Yeah. So for the regular board meeting, which was held on Thursday, January 25th, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the January 25th minutes.
All in favor? Unanimous. And then the December minutes were
Do you want to do
tabled.
that? Yeah, and the oldest finished, we're gonna pull them out.
Oh, sorry.
Is there any?
Yeah, let's just get it out of the way. The board minutes for December. Everyone had a chance to read those?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Got a motion?
Make a motion to approve the December 9th meeting minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right. Secretary's report. I'll be reading that. So this is the airport. No. Sorry. Yes, okay. I have it here. All right, we don't, let's see what I have. All I'm reading is, okay, there we go. It's for the election?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're kind of
But I had John, or Tony.
that what you're doing.
What are you looking for?
The one from Tony.
That
Oh,
was
yeah, I
for
don't-
the election committee.
Oh, okay. I thought I was reading that for the secretary. So we have nothing for the secretary. Okay. I'm sorry. Wrong section. All right. We have no correspondence. Treasurer's report.
Right, just want to let you guys know that we're gonna have those Fidelity accounts open any day. We've got the application, it's nearly completed of who's gonna be authorized to access it. And then we'll start earning some interest on our cash. We do have a money market account, it's got about $9,400 in it. Credit card dump account has got $146,000 in it. I need glasses. And the bank trust, the general account, 491,000, and I don't see the restricted account right in front of me, but it's over 300,000. So we're sitting at right under $1 million of cash at this moment. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I add something? Jason Long last night posted on Facebook a chart of where all our monies are posted for up till January. It's an excellent chart for anyone to look at.
Yeah, it's at treasurer.fortclark.com, which is the same as my email, but that would be treasurer@fortclark.com, the way emails go to. But to get to that report, it's treasurer.fortclark.com. And it's got several tabs across the top that list where the money's at, how much interest we'll be getting once we switch over to Fidelity, and a few other charts in there. If you guys want,
Fort spelled out or FT?
just like the domain name, like our website's fortclark.com, our email's fortclark.com. So it's treasurer.fortclark.com. Instead of like www.fortclark.com, it's the word treasurer. And if you guys want other charts on there or other information on there, I'll be happy to start putting more things in there. And just let me know. Contact me directly, and I'll make it happen.
I want to publicly state, because I've been, some information has gotten to me, that it's been repeated, and I don't know if we've been saying the opposite for several months, that we're broke. We are not. The Fort Clark Springs is not broke. Specifically, someone told me, is it true that we don't even have enough money to buy a light bulb? That is ridiculous. You know, the membership, all they got to do is call and ask. Matter of fact, it's all over the website. You know, all the information for the monies, it's all accounted for. We got financials here. I wish we had $10 million in the bank, but we got close to $1 million. So we got more money to buy enough light bulbs. Thank you.
Board report. We are wrapping up with Triumvir. Well, not completely wrapping up. They're wrapping up the major portion the move to the new system. And then we'll be working on a budget, also on processes, and they're also going to lend a hand with job descriptions. There was one more thing.
You write down.
No.
The one mixer.
Well, there was one more thing with Triumvir. But they're working behind the scenes on all our processes, everything. So it's been amazing help to us, because nothing has been written down in the past for anybody's duties, and that type of thing.
For the memberships information, this is a group that we've contracted with, that they will be eventually sunsetted, correct?
It all depends on what the decision that this board or the next board makes, depending on where we are.
The original plan was for them to do the first phase and then train the staff for 6 months. So I guess we're going to see how that's going overall, making an assessment of that.
Well, I think it would be pertinent to note that multiple people have told us that we need to have a full-time accountant, which it would be cheaper to pay Triumvir than to hire a full-time accountant in order to manage our the affairs of the financial part of the association. So one way or the other, we're probably going to have to pay somebody to manage our affairs. The same as pretty much any modern small-sized business does. So.
And right now they're training from behind the scenes, so they can see everything that's posted, how it's posted, if there are discrepancies, because it's one thing to clean everything up, but it's another thing to keep it clean. So they're working behind the scenes. Anything they see that is a discrepancy, they then go back and work with the person who's posted it, retrain them or train them some more. So as we go, our employees are getting stronger and stronger in what they're in the role that they have.
And just for clarification, Triumvir does not have carte blanche to do whatever they want. They're doing what we're asking them to do via Lisa Bale's direction. They're not telling us what to do. They're giving us recommendations. They're working with us. Again, they're not in charge. This board is still in charge until we get a GM, and that's where we're headed.
And we have a lot of interviews set up next week. Many, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, is pretty much my whole day, literally. I'm not joking, for real. Like 4 hours per day, an hour for each person. It's going to take time. And we're going to do all the diligence that we need to do to make sure we get a good choice.
And everybody here knows probably that, everybody should have gotten a letter, whether it showed if you had a balance or just to let you know the processes that are going on. And I'm happy to say a lot of people, and if you haven't turned in or checked to update your information, I would appreciate it. Everybody would appreciate it if we could get everything. So we have emails, phone numbers. The girls up front have been working diligently along with accounting. Many members have come in and brought their accounts up to current. So it's been a huge success. And they've had to work on the bulk of that along with accounting. So we want to give them a thank you. And as Jason said, we have phone interviews scheduled for about 6 to 8 people next week. And then from there, we'll narrow it down to in-person interviews. So we are on the way, hopefully. And let's see, we had the Valentine's mixer was this last week. Went off really well. We had a $300 profit off of that. People really enjoyed it. There was cornhole going, some dancing out there, and a lot of sugar. And quite a bit of wine. But other than that, so I think that's all I have for the board report at this point.
Fantastic.
Let's go on to the committees. So airport, I have a report from them that was actually from, they did not get read last month. So there were 3 member guest visitors last month. We will be fixing perimeter fencing in the next few weeks. A sign on the perimeter fence near a private residence was removed. Do not remove signs from the airport. They are posted for your safety and for the safety of the airport operations. That sign will be replaced as well. And then the golf committee. Why do that? Architecture. Sorry, Francis.
No problem.
Since the board's January 20th meeting, we've tabled one permit request until we receive more information. We've approved 8 permit requests, and we granted an extension on a building permit due to contractor issues. We've dealt with multiple violations. The committee's required for an HOA. At the end of March, we will be down to 3 members. One of our members often cannot attend due to work. We really need to have some members step up and apply to be on this committee. Questions?
If you are going to use the microphone, you do have to get kind of a little close to it. Sorry. Make love to it.
Anyway, I just want to score her point. We do need members for the architecture committee. So please, if you know of someone or are interested, the time constraints are not difficult. Is that right?
Well, we meet every Tuesday at 5 o'clock for about an hour.
And you go to look at the properties, yes,
Yeah.
So other than that, it's.
Can I add something to that? Ladies and gentlemen, the architecture committee is very important. Consistently, we hear about, why aren't you all doing this in this unit? And why aren't you all doing that in that unit? Some stuff is addressed by the architecture committee. We have a lot of wonderful members who have tremendous abilities, and they could be a huge help to the community they love and they want to contribute. And this is a fine opportunity to be a part of something that could help the entire Fort Clark Springs. Thank you.
Golf committee is next. The golf committee is currently seeking sponsors for the 35th annual Los Morris Hoagie Nelson Memorial Golf Tournament. Sponsorship range for the sponsorships range from 50 to 100, but they would gladly accept anything in excess of that amount. This tournament supports our local seniors with scholarships. Community support is so important. The tournament is Saturday and Sunday, March 9th and 10th, with a practice round on March 8th. In addition to sponsorships, we welcome volunteers to help serve the meals to golfers on Saturday night and individuals to help monitor play on various holes on the golf course. We are also asking for desserts for the event to be donated and delivered to the golf course pro shop on Saturday, March 9th. We appreciate all who have reached out to help in the past and hope for your continued support. For further information, contact Katie Brown. Reservation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our February meeting on 2/14/24 will continue the discussion on the necessity of enlarging the number of qualified contractors to help us get caught up on our historic building repair jobs. Qualifying would include their reputation, bonding, and job insurance, with insurance being the most important. We're also looking for contractors to do skill-specific work, such as window glass, window repair, or replacement as necessary. As a start to this type of work, the committee has received and accepted a bid to do window work on Seminole Hall, Dickman Hall, and the Service Club. This contractor from Del Rio has extensive work on residences on the fort, but up till now, no historical fort-owned buildings to my knowledge. The contractor was extensively educated on the strict standards, such as correct material and paint colors involved. He has a copy of the Sherwin-Williams Fort Paint Color Guide. I'm also pleased to announce the addition of Steve Giblin as our newest member of preservation. Any questions?
No, I think we're good. Thank you, HN.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bitter.
Recycling. We have that. What? No, I don't.
No, no.
All right. Is anybody here, the volunteers, give a report? No?
I recycle.
Thank you.
I'll,
You have a new
That's my
building?
report. Yes, do you want to?
I'll say something short. We got our second building there. I think maybe Fort Clark membership probably put in $1 into the $20,000 building that we have there. All money that Helena McBride acquired for the fort. It is a huge step for the recycle center. It's a huge step for Fort Park Springs that we get a brand new building at almost zero cost to membership. And I give all credit to, well, yes, all credit to Elena McBride for being able to do that for Fort Park Springs. A true volunteer, a true activist. She is literally leading the parade. Not a parade watcher, leading the parade. Thank you.
All right, election committee. The election committee met on Wednesday, February 7th to prepare ballots, pamphlets, and envelopes for mailing on Friday, February 9th. We placed labels on the ballots. We checked each ballot against the membership list created after January 31st. Envelopes, ballots, and pamphlets were placed in a 50-count bundle and banded. The ballots were then stored in the safe until Friday. In lieu of a general manager, our board secretary, Tony Hackabill, certified both the ballot and the membership list. The mailing process began on Friday at 8:30 a.m. Each candidate provided 2 volunteers. 2 additional volunteers also helped. A quality control person was assigned to each table to ensure that there was a ballot in each envelope and the address was visible. All envelopes were sealed and placed in mail trays by 10:45. The membership list had 1,646 names. Our final envelope count was 1,646. This is from Sandy. So Tony and I delivered the envelopes to the post office by approximately 11:15. The election committee has now completed its ballot preparation and mailing responsibilities. We will meet again to discuss the election cycle. We'll provide the board with a copy of the report, including any recommendations for next year. Thank you to the committee members Barbara McFadden, Frances Bitters, Carol Hayter, and Pat Stephenson. Thank you to Cassie and Gabby. They worked behind the scenes to provide the membership list and labels, arranged for postage and mailing trays, and provided supplies. Thank you also to the volunteers who gave up their morning to help stuff the ballots. The entire election process depends on volunteers. And thanks to Director Secretary Hagelbill, he did a terrific job as a monitor. Sandy Hagan, Election Committee Chair. And then I have a little note here from Tony. It should be reported to the membership that there are approximately 11 ballots that were mailed out that have the word deceased after the name, and there is a process in which we engage to deal with those. We want to mention to the membership that if any of you know of anyone who has received a ballot like that, it would be helpful if they could get in touch with Gabby, and she can let Tony know. Most of those we are already working on and should be resolved. The same would apply to anyone who did not receive a ballot and thinks they should have one, to contact Gabby, and she will get a hold of Tony and take care of the situation. That is it for the election report.
I'm familiar with the deceased issue. Yeah. Has anyone come in to request a ballot that they did not receive? Has that been an issue?
I think there was
Yes,
a couple, yeah.
I know of one
You know one.
owner with 2 lots, but Tony's addressing that.
Yeah, he already took care of that. So,
Thank
or
you,
is taking
Barbara.
care of that. Thank you, Barbara. All right, that's the ends of the committee reports. Community council.
This is my last time.
Oh,
Our meeting was very brief on the 10th because we had the candidates forum that day. Nominating committee is still looking for someone to fill the duties of president. They can have an election at our next meeting, or they can appoint some. So if you want an active role in choosing that person, please. The Eclipse Committee will meet on February 18th, and then every week in March. They meet on Sundays at 1:30 here in the boardroom. Fort Clark Days continues to meet Wednesdays at 6:30 here. The raffle committee meets as needed, and as of 2/10/24, they've raised a little bit over $1,500. They're actively tickets, and most of us that are involved also have now physical tickets that you can purchase. That Community Council at that time also voted to be a sponsor for Colony Road Corps in their monthly movie night. They're using the Community Council, I don't know the name of it, Francis. Swank account to purchase the movies. We adjourned at that time, and the next meeting is March the 9th, 2024, right here. I do have a couple of advanced things that are already on the March agenda. Edwin Rochin is going to bring a movie and wine proposal for using the Post Theater. His dream is either a weekly or bi-weekly movie and wine tasting. And Brittany Wiley has a requested time on that agenda. And we adjourned to the Community Council, to the candidates forum.
Can you wait just a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
And do I need to say, can I say this? Please strike the road. Who's going to take my place as president? But I just need a volunteer to say that it gets done. And I know you guys are.
First of all, we don't want you to go.
I'm torn.
I know, you
Yes.
have to do for you, but we're gonna miss it very much. And I think you've done we all think you've done an awesome job. And Cassie and Carly, this flag for you.
Oh,
It said, never underestimate the difference you made and the lives you've touched.
it made me cry. I'm leaving here in one, my 2B and sedan, but I'm going to make sure there's room for them.
Thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Her shoes will be hard to fill, but I would encourage anyone who is service-minded or, just wants to jump in, that community council is an amazing, it not just helps communicate with the board, but it's a place to get to know people and to just be part of the community. So please consider that. If not president, please make sure you go. And so thank you for that.
Before I got on the board, I didn't see the utility or the value of community council, and Barbara changed my mind on it. I now see it's a valuable part. So it's a good purpose to this community. So somebody step up and fill her place.
I didn't even know what it was about.
Me either. I was like, I use Facebook. Why should I do that? No, it's a good thing. So we
Right,
need
it
more
is a
people
good
to
thing.
care and get involved with that.
As to the roads,
I know.
we want them done just as much as you do. Unfortunately, between the striping machine comes from the school, the mud has promised, to do the striping, and we have purchased, the paint months ago. So we're kind of at the mercy of the school. I think is finally done. Hopefully there are no more leaks, because they have their full-time stuff. So we are hoping soon that they will be taken care of.
How expensive would be one of those machines?
I think I got a
Are you
quote.
offering to donate?
No, I just want to know.
So I think they're around
The Barbara
1,500 to
McFadden.
2,000 for the walk behind. And then we would need somebody that can walk in a straight line.
It better be in the morning.
Barbara, if you donated, well, I'll make sure to put a plaque on there calling the Barbara McFadden Striper.
No, but it might need to be on the agenda for community council to consider buying.
Well,
You know,
No, the parking
Be
lots
another
are
thing we need.
fine. They strike
I
those.
don't know
They
if they are.
strike those.
yeah, they got the parking lots have all been done. Yeah, we just need the roads.
And there've been no accidents on the parking lots at all.
You don't talk about.
Before
All right.
or after the striping.
Now I've lost my agenda. Thanks. All right, old unfinished business. We took care of that with the approval of the December minutes. We did put Unit 15 variants on here, but when I went back and looked,
I got information on it.
I also realized that we didn't table it, we denied it. So, but if you have information.
Well, we were, if I recall, we were trying to get more information to make a sound decision on it. And after speaking to Ms. Bitters, they had pulled the variance, awaiting the guy to finally move in, and it's gonna be moved.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
pulled the variance, correct?
We tabled it.
We tabled it. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go with that.
Tabled, not removed.
On hold.
On
All
hold.
right. On hold. Email votes. First is preservation. The vote, motion to approve. Try the right one, yes. $3,947.41 as a 50% down payment for Global Glass for work on Seminole Hall, Service Club, and Dickman Hall. So that was approved. It was unanimous vote. And then the next was the RV park lost 2 washing machines. And so we had a vote on the motion. We had a motion to approve the purchase of 2 coin-operated washing machines for the RV park, not to exceed $3,600. They are in and installed and running. That was a unanimous 4 votes yes. Next one would be chemicals for the golf course. Only one in there. Here we go. Motion to approve chemicals for the golf course. This will take us through most of the year of $8,176.49 plus tax. That was a unanimous vote. But I've also spoken to Max, and he has found when cleaning out their shed and their maintenance building, he found a lot more chemicals, so the price is not going to be that high. He found the ones that he could use.
That's up
that
to
were-
$8,100.
Yes, it's up to $8,100. And the final email vote, or not the final, yeah. The golf course irrigation, sorry, I skipped over, irrigation repair. This is you can probably explain the pump system better, what it's for.
There's just in the lagunas on that mud. There's a pump that picks the water up out of the bottom laguna, puts it in the pipeline, and then shoots it to the golf course essentially. And there's multiple pumps along the way. Well, one there and then one out the course to pressurize. And that stuff was installed in 1981 or 2, and it's just wore out. So essentially that portion, if you just imagine a pipeline and the apparatus that would be at the end of it to pick up the water, that entire apparatus is being replaced
For $12,000.
for $12,000.
For $12,000. Originally,
It would probably been more like 20, but Max did a great job going through some of his connections and really saving the Fort a lot of money finding somebody else that specializes in this type of stuff in this part of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, recently I was asked, what do we do with all the money? And those that are watching on, that are streaming this meeting right now, we approved about almost $30,000 in stuff that's being applied to the port. Things that are needed, chemicals, the thing for the pump, washing machines for the RV park. These are all practical things. Money is just not being thrown to the wind. Stuff that is needed, repairs. This is where the money's going. And and we're creating a record here showing that. And the record's also in writing for anyone who wants to see it. Thank you.
The vote was unanimous, 5 votes yes. And like you said, it's 30 years old. so much of what's going on is, unfortunately has been,
Recently.
everything's got to break at some point, and it seems to break now. Hold on one second. We just have one left. Yes, Mr. Healy?
Just a question. So the pump that was replaced, I'm familiar with the setup there. So if it was 30 years old, that was the original pump that was in, and that originally went in? Okay. And I thought it was struck by lightning at some point, and we had recently replaced it. Or was that the pump that was further up?
There's two pumps.
Right.
Yeah. There's
We
one
had
at the golf course to pressurize.
Right, so before I got on the board, it got struck by lightning, and it was right when we came on.
That was one pump.
Yeah, that was, so.
Well, and that may have been the
Well-
one that's at the Laguna. That may be accurate. What I'm
Yeah.
more describing as the apparatus is what's between the pump and then the line, all of the pickup tube and all that's down
That's
hole.
buried in the
It's
ground.
buried in the ground.
So
Yeah.
where, and we can talk about this later, but there's a point where it becomes our expense. What side of the flange is that for the association versus MUD in the city?
I've read through all the documents, and the permit holders, which is city and mud,
Right.
says that they're in charge of all metering devices. We're in charge of all irrigation. So, is there some stuff that we need to iron out? Yes. And
that's
we'll
my-
get to it.
That's my whole point, is right now, when we're doing this and we're making these changes and replacing things that are 30 years old, we need to establish okay, from this flange forward is us, and from this flange back, that's y'all's equipment, because that works on this side. It just seems like a really good opportunity to define that, so that going forward, we know what we are budgeting for, saying, hey, this thing, we put it in 2024, in 10 years, we need to be stocking away money, because we're going to have this expense again. So,
We've started those communications.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just fair enough. Thank
Yeah,
you.
talking with board members to potentially have a meeting in the near future.
Perfect. Awesome.
And remember, these major expenses come out of the restricted fund. They're not a part of the budget. The money that, we have a separate money, which was discussed in the deposit, how our deposits are done. That money is all put into a restricted fund for capital improvements, major repairs. So we're not busting our budget by dealing with this. Are we not depleting, but are we, bringing down our reserves? Yes, we are. But that's what the money's there for. It's to fix, maintain, and take care of the association. So just to let everybody know, we're not just running through the budget and going to be short somewhere else on these types of things. Okay, and the last one, we approved the engagement letter with Briggs Coggins for the 22-23 audit. We originally given the engagement for both of them and chose to just do the engagement letter for the 21-22 first, which is hopefully nearing its completion by the March meeting. And now they're going to start the 22-23 while they're finishing up on the 21-22. So that was approved. I have it on here. Okay, yes. 4 votes yes and 1 vote no. Memo, John, Tony, and Lisa voted yes, and Jason voted no. All right, discussion action items. Consider approval to dissolve the election committee. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to dissolve election committee when they're considered completed, their work is complete.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Flood mitigation plan. This is just not exactly a discussion item. It's a report. We can possibly take 1 or 2 questions, but we're going to limit it to just giving information. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thanks everybody for coming. Thanks everybody for watching. It's come to our attention that, there's some concerns with the flood mitigation plan, and we have concerns as well. And so we want to address that so that we have clear communication with y'all to understand that we hear you, we understand it's important. So I'll go through a few things here. Communication's hard. I know all these commissioners. I grew up with their kids. They're good people, and they are trying to be a service to their community as well. And so I think sometimes when we have we've definitely learned. I mean, you can make minor missteps in communication and they can backlash pretty hard. So, it's a lifelong dance. It's complicated. But these commissioners are good people. That being said, I think they've made some communication mistakes here. The general manager has no authority to change common property or sign contracts or do anything of that sort without board authority. So, in my opinion, the commissioner should have come to us in the very beginning. I've been on the board a year. I've never received any communication from any commissioner. And they should have come to us and given us both of these books. They should have talked to us and invited all of us unanimously to workshops. They should have scheduled that out so that we could talk and that we could have a much clearer understanding of where we sit today. My theory is this on everybody that's read the plan. If anybody in here has ever engaged with an engineering firm, you don't tell the engineering firm what to do. You just give them a problem and tell them to solve it. And so my theory would be that what the county commissioners more than likely did, and I know some of this to be true, is they came into some money and they said, we want this plan to be done. They handed it over to Durkinson, I believe, Hydrolink Engineering. I think it went to Durkinson. They may have subcontracted out some of it to Hydrolink Engineering. And they said, hey, we have this problem with the 100-year floodplain that exists within the fort and the city. Help us solve it. And this is the result of that plan. The 150-year or the 100-year mitigation plan is the result of that. Once again, they said solve the problem. And that's what the engineers are trying to do. They're trying to solve the problem. That's why it looks the way that it does, okay? Where it's this monstrosity of an event, where there's literally roughly 2 million cubic yards of cut that would be coming out of the ground in order to achieve this goal. I don't know how 2 million cubic yards is a lot of dirt, folks. That's a lot of dirt, okay? Where they're using, implementing potentially a buyout program, referring to channelizing of the creek, building about a 2,900 foot, 135 foot grass channel that would, I don't know the unit, but the one where Mrs. Race lives, 37, that would start about behind unit 37 and go to the Red Bridge. This is a $30 million plus project, okay? And the county's talking about getting roughly $5 million. That wouldn't even put a dent in this. You can't even start this project with that kind of money. So what will happen, I think, is a good question. And the answer is maybe nothing. But I want to caution everybody about getting up in arms to the point that you get pitchforks and you get upset at your elected officials and that we get cross with them, because the relationship with the county and the board has generally been pretty tense, and it doesn't have to be that way. These are good people that I think 3 of the 4 board members, maybe all 4 of them, were born and raised in this county. So they don't want to see anything bad happen in this county. They're just trying to help and be of service. Have they made some mistakes, in my opinion? Absolutely, yes. Can this plan be implemented? No, absolutely not. It can't. But there could be some middle ground where, just hypotheticals that we do get the creek cleaned out and some improvements on the fort towards some of our concrete issues to the base of the pool in order to increase flow. And the city does a much smaller proposed engineering package for increasing flow within the city. And they cannot increase flow within the city and it not have a negative impact on the fort. If you just think of a car driving down the highway, the faster it goes, the harder it is to stop. Water is absolutely no different as an analogy. If the water comes out or underneath Highway 90 and Lindsay Creek, which is right over here, right? If the water comes out of the city faster than it currently does today, it will spell disaster for the fort, okay? So these projects, if there is any project, has to be hand in hand. We have to be on the same page. And we hear you and we understand your concerns and we are focused on them, and we'll do a better job of reaching out to them and saying, hey, We want to be involved in this. So none of us are taking this lightly, and none of us like pretty much anything that's in this report. But we still don't think that this is just a moment to get upset. Nothing's happening. No bulldozers are coming in the gate. Okay, so we're very in tune with what's going on here, and we will definitely keep our eye on it. And we just want to update y'all on that, and just so that you know where we're staring. Okay, what we're staring at.
Thank you. I'll take 2. 1 and 2.
John, is this the article that was in the paper way back when, referring to the fixing of the earthen dam also? Okay, and that's the same article that they put in the paper that was so totally horrible to understand with the pictures and everything. That's what we're referring to, right?
I'm not familiar with the
Yeah,
article.
it is.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Thanks, John.
I think they're dealing
Yeah.
with FEMA.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what it is.
I'm gonna hand my question, I'm gonna let Elizabeth talk, she has some questions. I just want to know.
Can you all come up to the mic, please, so that the people on the streaming can hear you all?
I said I don't have any
Okay.
questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
But I will come and just speak my gratitude. Everybody knows I'm probably the person who walks the most at the board. Trying not to get old, I don't think it's working. But I went to the members of the board after the last meeting. I didn't make it public. I didn't go to Facebook. I don't think that's the way, social media is the way to handle these things. And each one of these board members were very, very open and listened to what I had to say. They watched the video. Lisa was at the workshop. And then I immediately got some response, because here's my deal. And John's right. None of us are bad people. We don't mean to be. We're just passionate about different things. And we need to do it in a civil manner. There has been a large amount of money, whether they just found the money from a grant or something. There was a large amount of money, and we're already 2 years into the process. So I don't think, I called John and said, I don't want people to get alarmed. I'm not sending anything out to emails or whatever, because I think this all needs to be board driven, because they're our representatives. We elected. This is the way our government works. And so that said, there's a 152-page document already in place, and they're having workshops about that document. And so the only thing I want to say is, I think this county is seriously considering something. And at this point, if you were to watch the workshop video, you would see that their proposal is to start all the way at Seminole Cemetery in the south and dredge all the way up. And there are places where they widen the creek from 30 to 60 feet. He's right. They haven't adopted it, but that they paid money to a firm that's what they got. And they're having workshops on this firm, on this plan, is what's alarming me. We do need to have a plan. We do need to have a plan. But does it need to start at Seminole Cemetery? And does it need to be this drastic? And they're vested. When you put money into an engineering firm, and when you have the map, and when you've had workshops, and you've been at it for 2 years, this is not just, oh, this might go away. And so my gratitude is to the board for putting it on the agenda. I asked them, and they said yes. They put it on the agenda, and I hope it will continue to be on the agenda. I hope you'll encourage to have some meetings, because a lot of us have information that you may not have. And I think it's incredibly important. Water and that creek are the reason this place was ever here. You know, we can talk about money, we can talk about all of that, but it's not going to matter if you don't have that spring going and you don't have that creek. So once again, I thank you for what you did.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple of short comments. I went to Uvalde, drove over there and sat down with the engineers. that made that document. And they said that no part of that plan will work unless we adopt the entire thing. It says that in the report, and the engineer told me that. And I feel that if this comes down to it, I would very much recommend a full vote of the membership to make this kind of massive decision. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, not the board, the membership in conjunction with the board make the decision, not just 3-2, let's do it. An actual vote.
Very
That's all I
I
have
agree
to
with
say
that.
on that.
Yeah.
We're all owners of the fort, all of us.
Something and kind of off of what Jason's saying. I have a full sheet here of notes on these books. I can't overstate enough the grave concerns that we would have to the trees that would be destroyed, the grave concerns that we would have to water rights, to any indigenous or unindigenous plant species, wildlife that's native and migratory that come through here. We would have grave concerns as it relates to all of these things. So we understand that, and we are here to protect it and preserve it, but also be reasonable, and be civil. So
Maybe we could have a discussion. I mean, open discussion sometime, not at the board meeting, but where people can bring their any ideas or what they've heard or what they picked out of the workshop, because everybody
Right.
hears different
And I
things.
think what I'm going to suggest after the meeting is that I think that, and this should have already happened. I'm a little bit. I'm trying to hold my judgment, but I'm a little bit baffled as to why the board has not been invited. Because the county is instigating this plan. It is therefore, in my mind, it is their duty to then collectively combine all parties or affected parties, or however you want to say it. They should have already come to us and said, we want to have a sit down in quorum, right here. We all sit down and talk about this plan. And that hasn't happened. And I'm a little confused about that. But we need to, that does need to happen.
They were talking to Peterson about it.
Yeah.
Because before I was on the board, I came to complain about too much trash blowing in Unit 3 because they didn't. But that's irrelevant. But he knew about it, and he's like, "There's this plan, there's that plan," but I didn't get this copy, and I don't think he had the full copy at that time either. But they were approaching him, but I don't know how much he was talking with the board members at that time. Apparently, not much. So, yes.
So,
Come to the mic.
If it's okay if I can add a little clarification on that piece, and Elizabeth talked about a piece of that already.
Well, in this plan, it didn't come out till 11/10/23.
Right.
So Peterson wasn't even here.
No. But Jason's right. It actually did start back when Mr. Peterson was here, because there was an original grant that was received by the county. The grant was solely for the survey. Because I remember being out on the trails, there's guys walking around with little backpacks and their little, GPS sensors and all that. And I was like, what is going on? Like, I thought there was some geocaching game going on or something. I was like, what is this? Whatever. But that was supposed to go strictly to get this plan done. That was all that was approved. That's all that grant paid for. The survey, just the survey. And then there was additional money that got the survey into this form, and then so on. So it's been an ongoing process. It's just now, and I agree, I don't know at what point in that time there should have been a bigger form, but yes, there should have been a bigger form, and we can fix that.
Yeah.
And just a few other notes, and this is what Elizabeth was talking about, is like, so you do have a good relationship with, I know, a lot of the county commissioners. There's a lot of knowledge about this being done before. And how it played out, and it specifically had to do with that side of the irrigation, or excuse me, the flood mitigation plan, and the wall and the edge of the pool, and I think it was like late 90s, and so there's probably some things to learn, from that process. Why did it not go forward? Why did they only do what they did? And so again, a forum later would be helpful, but yeah, it did start with Peterson. It was a one step. That was the first step. This is probably step 2 or 3. So, and we'll keep going.
Okay, moving on.
Could you invite them to come?
Well, that's what we're gonna do. Because it hadn't worked the other way, so we'll buy you dinner.
Is
Come
that
on.
open?
That's right.
Will you do an open
We'll
one?
have to.
Lots of questions.
All right, the next is pool opening and rates. Memo brought that up to open the pool earlier this season. But since that was brought up, the spring is dropping. And I don't know, I didn't look today. They were cleaning it yesterday. I have no idea if it's even starting to fill it up because it was running. Is it full?
It's full and it's not really running though, just a
Right.
little.
I'm surprised that it
The
actually
spring looks
filled.
a little bit higher than it did,
Than it did. That's good.
than it did the other day, but I
Yeah.
want it to
Yeah.
look higher.
So,
I made it look
right,
higher.
yeah. Russell Knowles, who I think most of you know, he goes down there every day. I go down there almost every other day, and it's definitely dropping, and it's concerning. At this point, there's not much we can do except monitor it and try to come up with some alternative plans. So I guess the discussion here for us is opening the pool early. I mean, it's not that it's closed, but opening it for paying. My concern is that I don't know that we'll get enough. Well, we'll get the part-time workers, but I don't know that we'll get enough outside visitors early with the low spring to cover the cost of the employees. And that's the discussion, I guess, to be had.
My initial suggestion was to open it up the weekend of the annual meeting while we have water. And that's still a possibility. And I would like for it to open up that weekend, let's see how the spring is doing. I'm not sure we need to have employees. We could have employees or we have it open, people swimming now. But at least it's advertised that we're open for business. We're going to clean it every 2 weeks. Again, that's all contingent upon the water being there, which is very important. It's very sad. And the reason I suggested April, just in case we run out of water by June or July, like the last couple of years.
We had times in April, we didn't have,
So
it was March, at the end of March.
Yeah.
So, well, we had the pool. The pool was running. It was officially open last Memorial Day because the board decided to open it, and then things went awry on other issues, and then we kept it open till July 4th. So, I'm hoping that we get that or more this year. I'm praying on it.
I got some additional information. I've been collaborating with the guy that's put the sensors into the mud well in the spring. He's now providing me a 6-hour update of the level, the depth at the spring, and also the mud well. And I'm gonna pretty soon, next few days, put some gauges on a website so everyone can see what the mud level's at, what the depth of the spring there is, and I'll probably throw in the USGS flow rate in there, a couple of speedometers or something, and then people will be able to notice, because that is the trigger for us. If we can fill the pool, if it's down, what is the mud level? And I'll ask mud what their threshold is, and then we can look. And we're going to open it in July. Oh well, it's already low, so maybe not. Well, at least we'll have some updated live information for us to make these kind of decisions. And you guys can look at it too, because I'm going to put it open.
And what is his name again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
What?
Jim Burton.
Jim
Burton. And I talked with him probably a month or so ago, and unfortunately, our recharge zone, the aquifers up there have not recovered from this last year either. When we had the engineer come in, there was also some concerns about, are we leaking outside the spring because it didn't recover all winter. We didn't get the flow we normally get. And that of course wasn't the concern, but he said that we haven't recharged in the aquifers up north, in Rock Springs and everything else. So regardless of I know everybody has an opinion on whether it's pumping or drought or whatever, it's affecting more than just us, unfortunately. So, and just to let you all know what we know.
As long as I'm on the board, we will buy water again. I will recommend that we buy water again to have that pool open for 3 or 4 days when we're able to, and if Mud has water to sell us.
Because it's non-chlorinated, right?
Yeah, not to hurt the,
Well, it's chlorinated while it's in the pool. It's
Yeah.
not chlorinated when it's emptied out of
out of the pool.
Because it's all emptied at once. It's not a.
Because it
flow.
Right, if we have to fill, yeah,
Yeah.
we close it
When you put chlorine in it, it
Yeah.
evaporates over
Yeah.
time. So
rather quickly. So unless,
Well, we're gonna do our best to try to open it by April.
depending on the.
And even if we don't have workers, we can still open it up. I mean, we could, I guess after the annual meeting, if people want to have hot dogs and a soda down there, they can.
Well, you can
Groceries,
anyway,
yeah.
as members, it's open. It's
But it'll
just
be
whether
closed.
we open it to the.
To the public.
To the public.
I mean, previously, we had agreed in last July to allow grandkids and long-term renters to not have to pay to go in the pool. Can we consider that being extended to the future?
it almost sounds like if we run the risk of putting people down there to monitor the ingress, egress of the pool and use of the pool, and we're going to lose money, just open it up for the month of April for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's even.
I'd rather people enjoy it than cost
Correct.
money.
May I ask a question?
Or
I don't think I need the, was that a yes, I may ask a
Yes.
question?
No.
No.
Well, I won't talk about it now, but I really would like to have a discussion about the validity of the pool staff. If you said the employees are part-time employees, and I'm assuming that's who you're speaking of, and whether or not they are a lot extra liability, if they add value to the pool, or we're just paying these kids for not doing much. That's all. I'm
Thank
sorry, I really have
No,
I'm
no,
down here a lot, of the other side of Russell. I'm in the pool a lot. I love it. I'm down here because of that water. I found refuge at San Felipe Springs last summer. I just really love it. And to be talked to the way that some of those kids talk to the members is not appropriate at all. They've had no training.
We've discussed that.
Yeah, we've discussed that, and we have not discussed all of it yet, but I do have a proposal or however, maybe not that, because we do need to change how we do the pool.
Thank you. Absolutely. And I'm here if you have any questions about what goes on.
What I would challenge everybody to hopefully understand a little bit about that, because I witnessed that they chewed my kids out for playing on that little wall. I didn't say anything to them about it. I just interpreted it as though they were doing their job, and I didn't, being a board member, I did not want to necessarily get in the middle of that. But what I would say is that these kids probably have not been raised in the same manner that we were, being an older generation, and to kind of look at it as a challenge, a game that we can correct their behavior to a certain extent, but they're also given a hard job, right? Because if Jason was over here drunk at the pool and you have a 20-something or 18-year-old kid trying to tell him what to do, and he's throwing a football, that's a tall order for a kid.
I wasn't drunk at that time. I did not respond very well to a 15-year-old coming up and giving me flack.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that happened. I was just, it was just a joke.
At least I didn't say anything to him either, not at all.
They're all sitting there like under the only shade, and that's like parking in front of the store. The employees should park.
But before that's a discussion that will be had. And if it's not on opening the pool, we need to move on to the next. Okay.
I'll tell you that the solar eclipse community council is going to fill the pool for the solar eclipse weekend. A board member on Bud has assured me that they have enough water to sell us water if we need to.
Okay. Thank you.
So I would encourage you to go ahead and make a decision that allows us to open earlier. When we start looking at the world of grants and funds that are available, part of the qualifications for that is it being open to the public. So if we can address that and say it's open to the public and have some time, that puts us in a different tier of availability of funds.
You're exactly right. Yeah.
March 31st. March 30th.
Well, let me move on to the next topic because that kind of goes into part of that. Unless somebody wants to make a motion for anything particular on that discussion item. The annual meeting, just wanted to announce, obviously it's March 30th, right? I think I got that right. Easter weekend. I would like to, my thought was when the spring was still flowing, and hopefully we can still do that. Normally we have a meal. And the thought is either to, we can get some access and do a chili type thing. Cassie's currently looking into the food, but I would love for us, even if we can't swim, to do that on the 30th at the pool as long as the weather permits. We'll do the annual meeting in its normal place, but for the food, we could do it down at the pool. So much work has been done. It's quite amazing, and I don't know, because of the drought and because of everything that's happened, I don't think a lot of people have actually been down there and really seen or looked at what has been done. Excuse me, I think I had too much caffeine this morning, or not enough. I'm not sure.
I need some.
So that being said, I wouldn't want to open till after that, like officially to the public.
Be the weekend after or the Monday?
Or I mean, that's
April 1st.
That's Sunday, April 1st, yeah. So, I mean, it's
But it
still
won't-
underway, but we wanted to let everybody know that.
But it won't be open to the public for Eclipse.
Unless they want to pay,
Technically, it is open to the public. They're paying.
if they're paying.
Yeah. But what to park there or
Well,
whatever. they're
yeah.
Well, time
35
out.
Yeah,
You can't do that because
thank you.
if you're going to buy a bracelet at the front of the fort, it's not going to, how are you going to confine them to just the pool? Because you got to buy the bracelet for
All the
all the
events.
events. So you got to pay for all the events if you want to go to the pool,
That's right.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you can't just say, well, no, I'm just going swimming.
Gotcha. For $50, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a member, you can, right?
Unless you remember,
If you're
yeah.
a member, you can.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
only
you
other
can just pull
events
anytime.
would be at the post theater, so it's mostly at the pool area anyway.
So that was all I wanted to announce about the annual meeting and having something down at the pool as long as the weather permits, and if not, we'll have an alternative. But I think it would be a nice community gathering. It's been a crazy year, and it would be nice to have some fun, and maybe we could entice some people that might musical backgrounds to just play some fun music while we're or we can get some speakers out.
To add to that, we are going to have, unlike last year, we're going to have a regular meeting. The regular business meeting will be on March 16th, and then we're going to have the annual meeting.
Yeah, not together like last time. And that brings me back to, I just realized with the committee reports, did we get anything on the eclipse?
You said when we were meeting. We're meeting.
Well, maybe, yeah, because we need to get a little more details though, but we can do that at another time. Okay.
When's the next meeting anyway? When's the next meeting, Ms.
The
Bitters?
10th, tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow
At
afternoon.
1:30 here.
1:30 in this building, this office? Okay.
I can register us on that app. So it's an app where people go and they're looking for places to go for the eclipse, and so we're listed on there now.
Awesome.
And we are getting.
Thank you,
lots of
Stephanie.
calls.
Awesome.
People are suddenly.
And there's still space at the RV park. They've got some dry camping there. So I think that's all I have unless you guys want to do anything with the annual.
Did we get any update from the program dates, or that's for the community council?
That's part of community council.
Okay, so we were not considered.
And we don't have any updates for 4 o'clock days?
Announced when they meet.
Okay. That's
Unless
good.
it
As long as it's rolling along.
TABC.
Yeah, with the TABC approval went through for the selling of the beer and wine. Well, yeah, I guess, did you get the email?
Yes.
Okay.
Real quick, Miss Bitters, did you get the insurance for the dance also, just in case anybody else asks?
I'm working on that too.
That's in the works.
The company that did it last year has rejected it this year, so.
Rude.
Yeah, so I'm looking.
Thank you.
I do want to circle back to the that I missed in the report. I don't like to answer. I don't like for us to be driven by what goes on Facebook. But and we will not respond on there. But I am concerned about some misconceptions of security in general. As we've spoken before, in these prior board meetings about our budget and everything else, our payroll is 55%, 54% of our revenue, and it should be down around 43 to 45%. And as a board, we're responsible. We have a fiduciary responsibility. So not only do we need to spend the money to repair and take care of the stuff with this fort, we also have to find ways to save money. And that is what we're doing. We've eliminated positions that we don't feel is necessary. And during the day, we have the same amount of patrol as we did prior to the slimming of security. And at night, we still have 2 people, the same amount of patrol at night. I'm very disappointed and saddened at things that are said on Facebook that are completely untrue and baseless. And we are doing everything we can for this community to keep it safe, to make us viable, and where are we going to get everything right? No. But again, I would stress, please don't listen to the stuff on Facebook, or if you have a concern, come to one of us, or, email us, call us, grab us. We're more than happy to talk to anyone.
I'll say something about it.
Okay.
And she's right. So I want to walk through some of the details of security. We asked, did not tell, we asked Matt to come up with a plan of a reduced amount of security personnel. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but when you call security, Bad Boys music does not start playing and somebody pulls up to your house carrying a gun. Okay? That's not their job. We pay taxes to the county, and that is the county's job. The sheriff's department takes an oath to the state of Texas to protect and serve. Okay? That's their job. If you have a problem, you call the county. You call the sheriff's department and you say, hey, I got somebody breaking into my house. Security's not going to do anything to stop that. They, by Matt's own definition, they are there to observe. That's it. That's all they're trained to do. So the idea that we can have security, if you want to talk about liability, you want to talk about lawsuits, have security go on a few high-speed chases through our community. That'd be a great idea. That'll stop everybody from speeding. It's not going to happen, guys. Call the cops. That's their job. Now, there's going to be some problems with that, because the second that you call the cops and they don't show up, you're going to get mad about that. We're all going to get mad about that. I'm mad about that. Okay? But we have to figure out a way to put a little bit more pressure on the county to show up when you do call. But security can't and won't do anything. Okay? They are here to observe, help out architectural committee, serve fines, and be gatekeepers. Okay, so what has it saved us? I don't know the exact numbers, but I do know that per shift was about $8,000 or $9,000 in fuel a year for the patrolling. If anybody would like to give testimony of what security has done for you in the daytime while they're patrolling to save you from something, please tell us. Because what we're trying to do is cut back on the budget and save money. And the wear and tear to a vehicle and the fuel for a year's time, it's unacceptable to spend that kind of money for no benefit, just so that a car can drive around that says security on the side, that doesn't secure anything. So by eliminating the daytime patrol, which we have a full-time employee, Matt, which is, he's on board with everything. We didn't do this and just tell him to do it. He brought us the new schedule and the new plan, and recommended that we keep 2 people at night so that we can have somebody patrol at night to observe while people are sleeping and be able to then call the cops in the event that somebody doesn't see something coming and they happen to be there. So there are 2 people patrolling at night, or 1 person at night, but 2 on duty. Okay, so patrols have not changed at night, only in the daytime. And the whole theme of all of this is to essentially save $60,000, $80,000 a year or more of the association's money that can then go to doing other projects that are very necessary. that do have benefit to your everyday life, like, you know, building funds for Dickman Hall or, you know, whatever. There's a plethora of things that we could do to make the fort better. But having people driving around, 2 people at the gate at all times for absolutely no reason, and then having somebody drive 50 miles per shift, so 100 miles in 2 shifts, for what? So that is the purpose of this. And this isn't a end-all be-all. In the event that we have members that came back to say, hey, y'all took these patrols off and XYZ happened and I'm very disappointed, then we'll have that conversation. And if there does need to be another person on shift, then that's what we'll do. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the weekends, there's still 2, right? That's what I thought. Okay. So on the weekends, the schedule is exactly the same. During the weekdays.
We'll have somebody 12 to 6 or 12 to 8 in the summertime to overlap the 2 shifts.
Okay.
For the busiest part.
So in the busy parts, there's still, we'll call it security personnel to observe. But in the slower times, you know, the regular week to week stuff, it has been cut down, not reflecting of anybody's contributions as an employee or anything like that. It's purely our job to maintain the association. So, yes, ma'am.
You want me to come
Yes.
Yes, please. Said you'd like for me to share. And I am the one that's walking the creeks and the streets during the day. And I can probably give you, in the past 6 months, at least 5 to 6 major things that have happened in the day. Running across a live rattlesnake. A dog that was loose from town that was vicious and chasing people. And the security can probably document it. And those were repeated events. Being on the trail and someone has fallen. Okay, you just, or there's a dog on the trail, or there's a skunk. I've run into a rabid skunk on the trail. And I've always called security. And in reaction to call the sheriff's department every single time that I have encountered something because they're busy somewhere else. One time recently, but it was at nighttime that Memo and I were at the hit and run on the telephone pole, on the electric pole. But it was over an hour before they showed up or more?
The sheriff?
Oh, way more.
So let me be.
And so I just want you to know, I'm not advocating that you're not doing the right thing. I think what I'm advocating is going back to communication. It would be so nice before the board makes these kinds of decisions, if you got some anecdotal information from membership before you change something, instead of reacting to something and not getting our opinion.
It was a rare.
And so it's really less about the security than did you ask?
Well, you can still call security.
I
And so-
understand that, but they're not going to have anybody they can send.
That's not true.
That's what I wanted to know.
That's not
Okay.
true.
They
So
can
if
leave
you
one
if you
person
go
there?
from 8 to 5, Matt is a full-time employee. Okay, and he's the only level 3 certified security officer that we have. Matt is security. He is on duty as a full-time employee from Monday to Friday. Okay, so there's still technically 2 people on duty, whereas before there was 3. There's just no patrol. But Matt is responsible for opening and closing doors of the association property and responding to calls that are necessary to be responded to. The person at the gate is just there to monitor who comes in and out of the fort. So nothing has changed
Except that you
other
call
than
Matt.
Matt.
You call and see how long it takes to get
Once
a
again,
person there.
the things that are going to happen, is there going to have to be some ironing out? Is there going to be pressure applied to Matt and pressure applied to the county? Probably. But we can do that, or we can spend an extra $100,000 a year so that we can tell security about a skunk.
Better training and communication with the sheriff's department from the board saying that we have members that have called and they don't show up is a good thing.
Yes.
But once again, it's open communication, because if I started listing, I could tell you probably a lot more than what I just told you in the last 6 months.
And in reality, not to discount what you're saying, but no one except for maybe Matt would I trust to catch a rabbit, skunk, or a rattlesnake.
Oh, yeah.
No, and the security has never gone into the
It's not
trail
about
that I've
catching,
ever
it's
heard.
about doing what John said they're for, to observe and be there with you. Because when I'm by myself until the sheriff's department gets here, it's really nice and we pay for it. You know, and I'm, you know, I do everything by myself. I don't have anybody protecting me. And so it's, you know, Memo, how many rattlesnakes? 6. And I ran across 6 different rattlesnakes in like a 3-month period on Colony Row. You know, I'm standing there, and until Sheriff's Department gets there, I'm a little scared. So that's all. Thank you.
I just want to remind the membership, just real quick, and I know you all know this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The two county commissioners that represent the fort, on this side of Fort Clark Springs, Colony Road, Airport, all this area is Mark Farrick. On this side of Fort Clark Road, Unit 1, Unit 37, Unit 20, right, the Oaks, that area is represented by Mr. Tim Ward. They are our elected officials. They are the commissioners for the fort. They have emails. They have phone numbers. You know, you can suggest more patrols out here. I've been urging anybody and everybody to do that. Sheriff Cole is starting his 3rd term unopposed. He is the sheriff of Kinney County. He has deputies, and I realize they're busy, but they got a lot of help. I don't think I'm speaking from ignorance, but I cannot believe they cannot keep 1 or 2 people in town and on the fort all day. It just, there's just too much going on for me not to believe that they cannot keep. And maybe they are, they're just not as visible. But if I have a heart attack at my house, I'm hoping EMS can get there on time. If someone's beating me up at my house, I'm hoping the sheriff will get there on time, but they should. These are paid public officials. We're all paying taxes. All of us equally paying taxes to support those positions, and they are elected officials. So call on them, demand of them, because that's what we all deserve.
Thank you. All right. We are, do we have any announcements?
Do you have time for a question? I didn't see on the agenda this morning anything about Unit 3. A friend of mine, Roger, put in a request to buy a trailer in Unit 3, and I don't see on here who approves the bidding or whatever for the property that's owned by the fort.
The board does.
Okay, so it's not on here. Do you do that in private session then, or? So what I'm asking is, he put in a bid about 3 weeks ago. He assumed it was going to be at this board meeting so that he could purchase the property and get started on fixing it up. And I don't know what the difference is between his bid and what the fort wants, but you know, when you get this property over into somebody's hands, they're going to start paying fees. So why argue about a couple $100 when you can get it into private hands and start getting the difference back right away? So I'll just leave that with you, but if somebody could look into that. He wanted to buy a trailer in Unit 3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're aware.
Okay. The other question I had was, I put in a request in January to get the income expense figures for the RV park and the golf course. And first I was told I could get that. Then I was told that I had to have a member ask that. So I had a member ask, and the member was told to walk softly, whatever that means. And I still have not gotten
I never got a request from a member.
I've
and where is that information?
I never got a request from any member.
Who do they ask?
I mean, I talked to.
Well, I don't want to say who it was, but I asked him to ask. So I'm now a member as of 2 weeks ago. Can I get the income expense information for the RV park and the golf course?
Please email your request and I will try to get you those.
Okay, is it going to be at this treasurer.fortclark.com?
That's fine, yes.
The expenses too, because this is just the income statement.
Just send me in detail what you want and I'll try to get it to you.
If it's not on here.
Because you're a member now, right?
That's right.
There you go.
Okay, all right. I would like to have that as
Well,
soon as possible.
before we go any further, I think we need to, this is something that probably should have been brought up, and I don't know that I didn't want to go, this is something that probably needs to be on the agenda.
Yeah.
But Property Code 209 specifically states that a member must request documents through certified mail. And we have,
That's our we are open
It's-
to any policy we want. It's not a law that we have to make them do that. We could just give them to them if we wanted to. That's not a law. It's if we choose to be that strict with our idea.
It is a law.
it is.
Is
a law.
it?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Let's,
So I just want to, I'm not a lawyer, and some of this is, you kind of have to read deep here, but if you believe that, do you believe that if you've requested documents from the association that we must give them to you if they follow the confines? Of
I have no
209?
idea. I have no idea if I'm allowed to have it, but if I'm not allowed to have it, just say you're not allowed to have it. Don't
No, you
tell
are
me
allowed
you're
to-
gonna get it.
you are allowed to
or
have
I
it.
need,
So
to-
maybe-
don't go through all these hoops. Don't ask me to get a member. Don't ask me to come back. If the
as a
answer is you cannot have the
non-member,
information.
you are not allowed to have.
Yeah, as a non-member, you're not allowed.
As a member,
I am a member.
Yes.
Now you're telling me as a member, I'm not allowed to have the information.
No, I am not. That's not what
No.
I'm saying.
Let me clarify. Okay. So if you submit, if the law is this way for a specific reason, it's to protect the association, but also to create a paper trail and protect the members. And the law says, an owner or owner's authorized representative described by subsection C must submit a written request for access or information under subsection C by certified mail with sufficient detail describing the property owners association books and records of request to the mailing address of the association or authorized representative reflected on the most current management certificate filed under section 209.004. The request must contain an election to either inspect the books and records before obtaining copies or to have the property owner association forward copies of the requested books and records thereof. So the key word here is must, because it also says after that once you've done all that, the association must give you the
Okay,
stuff.
if I could get a copy of that, I will submit it as your request.
I think we have to be careful of just emailing stuff, because in the second that I'm just going to hypothetically play out a role, in the event that somebody that Jason doesn't like sends him something, and he just in theory, I'm not saying this, Jason, I'm just saying just in theory, and he says, you know what, no, send certified mail. Well, then the next person's like, well, I just requested it by email. We need to have, this is the law, this is standard.
I have
And
no
if you follow
problem with
this, you have
that,
to submit.
but what I'm saying is when you come here and say you're going to do transparency for you means something different than transparency for me. Transparency for me means you're going to open the books and let everybody look at the income expenses of all the different aspects of the board so that we can determine where we're wasting money and where we're generating money. And that's what the membership needs to know. So that's all I'm asking. If you would give me a copy of that, I will request it officially, and thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Can he hand deliver it or can it be certified? John, can he hand deliver it or can he has to be certified?
It has to be certified mail, because those dates are what set forth all of the judicial process for remedy of not receiving wage
Please.
And it helps because of what happened. I don't know what happened.
What happened?
With whatever
Oh, when I
dropped,
was requesting
when you were
it, yes.
requesting and all that. I don't know where the ball dropped, but with the certified letter, it protects you because it comes to us and we can't just go, I didn't get that. And it sets a clock so that we have a certain amount of time. Because you could say, well, it's been 24 hours and you haven't given us anything. Or we could say, well, we got weeks. Whereas this process in 209 says, you've got 10 days to respond, 10 days. So everybody's on the same page. And it's not to hide anything. It's not to keep anything. It's just, it's for both sides in protection. So.
Lisa, I'm confused. Is what he's asking for public information that would show up in a budget report or?
In a different form, not in the format that we give out, but we can give it in a different format, yes. And we do have a report that shows all those different things, but to print out at every board meeting, a breakout of every department would cost a fortune to print out a bunch of copies.
PDFs are free though. You could give 1 million of them out.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Okay, since we're gonna have this discussion, I'll ask the question. Mr. Huey could probably attest to this. Y'all know about 10% of what we know. So if in the event that everything was just plastered on a PDF, look at what happened. I'm not picking on you, Travis, but I'm not really picking on you. We had a request. Okay, the series of events were last month that we had a request. Mr. Huey and Annabelle uncovered that there were these money flying out the bank statements, right? That's how they interpreted it. It was completely false. Look at what it did to the community. It started to tear the fabric of the community because people jumped on that train and thought that that was the train they needed to be on. And it was BS. So what's going to happen when we post every financial document online for you to scrutinize when you only know 10% of what you need to know? And then the next thing you know, you think you find a crack in the system and you go, you know what? There it is. I got them. I'm going to go to the next board meeting and I got them. And then we've been elected to represent the community and to be entrusted. That's why we take an oath of fiduciary obligation towards the association. So there needs to be a certain level of trust there. And I don't think that anybody on this board has done anything to infringe upon that trust. We have worked our butts off for this
Okay,
association.
let me make this statement. I wouldn't be applying for the general manager deal if it wasn't for you people, because I think you've done a great job and I think we're on the right track. Now, at the American Legion, where I was the treasurer, we would hand out the total finance report to the membership, and they had to turn that piece of paper back in so one of them didn't get dropped on the street. I'm not asking for it to be public information. I'm asking it to be for the membership so that we can scrutinize it, so we can come with a recommendation. That's what I'm asking.
And I think there's some middle ground there.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but I am sure that we can find some middle ground to figure out reports. I'm just, my cautionary tale here is just to say, or cautionary point is just to say that, man, when there's my mind is blown about how much really goes on up here between admin and everything. I'm sure all of our minds are blown. Maybe I'm just weak-minded, but at the end of the day, I'm blown away by everything that goes on up here, and it'd be really, really easy and detrimental to know everything that goes on without context, because it'd be really easy to run down rabbit trails and say, "Ooh, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong," and the next thing you know, everybody's pissed off, and it's for absolutely nothing, which we've already had highlighted. So,
I would think that might happen initially if we got extremely open with this information, but then ultimately all those rabbit holes would be peeked into and everybody would be like, fine, everything's great, kumbaya, awesome.
If you're willing to handle every one of those phone calls.
Well, some of them, it's a teamwork.
Hold on.
Well, okay, we don't want to turn it into a town hall, but
Okay, yeah, I know I think you guys have a really good meeting. I think it's really fast and everything, but we didn't have a discussion. Okay, I have been remiss, I've been negligent, and for some reason I just totally ran out of time, but I didn't really know who to ask, and it could be my fault. This new company you have is this Trimavera or whatever it's called like that. Once they start doing the books, we were talking about this, I thought about it. You have to have a starting point to kind of balance things out and get things going. The books have been horrendous for years. Okay. I presume he has a starting point, maybe 2021, 2020, and that's where he can say, okay, we're going to go from here and we're starting this, we're going to do that. I don't know if I should ask him this question. Same thing. I don't really care about all the little pitty-ante stuff that you have in your reports, the basic stuff, maybe profit and loss, income and expense. Do you know, did the fort ever have a depreciation schedule and an amortization schedule?
yes,
Depreciate.
Okay.
we have depreciation schedule. Yes.
Is it for depreciation for each department, or does everything get lumped into the general fund? Do you know?
Well, the depreciation is a tax. I mean, it doesn't go by department. You're depreciating your assets.
Right.
So when the tax return happens, that's where the depreciation comes into.
Right. So basically, does the maintenance department, I don't care, the fort, did they ever have a depreciation schedule for all the mechanical equipment and the trucks and everything?
Yes.
Do they allow for that to replace it when it depreciates out?
Well, we have things that depreciate out that we still use. I mean,
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
a lot.
I know that, we
Yeah.
can tell by the cowling that's missing, I'm sorry.
I think if you tried to, I'm not an accountant and I understand very little of it, like they're Martians from another planet. But the short answer is that if everything was very cut and dried,
Yes.
that would be a very simple task. But I think even maintenance shares fuel with golf course.
Yes.
You know, like there's all these things that kind of intertwine. And the hotel uses buildings over here. Well, I don't know what this building's called, the one with the maintenance department. You know, but some recycle stuff goes on there. A bunch of hotel stuff goes on there. So how do you exactly depreciate all of it as just a compartmentalized, deal, right? Because the buildings all kind of get mixed up, and equipment gets used in various places. So, if I'm not mistaken, yes, you could do that. But then you'd also have to break out your itemization of how it was used in each department per hour or some other schedule. So it gets complicated.
Yeah, good luck finding a CPA.
I grant you that
to
because
do
you guys, I'm sorry, the court has a lot more departments than the one that I'm familiar with.
But it is being depreciated.
Yes.
So that's the most important thing.
Okay, and so that being said, when it's depreciated out, do you budget this company, everything, will they do the depreciation and figure out a budget so that makes sure, oh geez, we could depreciate this out, but we're going to need money to improve this. And the reason I say that, because the board that I was on for years, we had a controller and he really screwed up big time. He never even figured out replacing a DOS system. Right? And he should have done, right? And it cost us a lot of money. And I know you people are going the same thing with QuickBooks and Rivera, whatever that company is called.
Triumvir.
Okay. So when that's done, okay. So when that's done, okay, he will have a schedule. He will have a schedule and we can follow that and maybe kind of plan ahead, like, okay, the truck's been depreciated out, but we do have to allow budget to replace it. It's like,
Well, and those
very
are really two different things.
yes.
Depreciation and budgeting for
Yeah.
equipment. They don't go hand in hand, even though something's been depreciated out.
Yeah, my CPA does that.
Because that's just a tax thing.
On all my properties, the CPA does all my depreciation, not my consultants or whatever.
So just a very simple one. So when the RV park has to replace the 2 washing machines or whatever, they just died and then the money came out of general fund, or does
No, it comes out of the reserve fund, out of the restricted fund, which is what that is there for.
Okay. Okay, that's all I really have.
Okay.
I appreciate
Thank you,
everything
Kathy.
out, but not me or my husband. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kathy.
I am speaking about reports because coming on, I've been here 4 years. I've yet to see real numbers, I'm pretty sure. And
No, that's actually an accurate statement.
well, maybe, I don't know.
It is.
It is, it's hard. One of my questions is because I'm doing some stuff on another project. One of the things I found out the hard way is, as you can do all sorts of encrypted messaging on email and on text, and it could be that you didn't, if they requested it through that kind of a system, then you could send it back in that kind of a system. That's where the talk about transparent, that's where it is. And it also gives you an opportunity to put a bylaw on the top of it, say, this is when that happened.
Right.
And you don't get that when you just ask for numbers. But I'm learning the hard way. You just do you've got to be where you can do that, or you're not anywhere close to what you need to be.
I like everything paperless with an electronic trail.
Paperless is the way to go, and it keeps stuff from floating away, and it's encrypted. Sorry, I'm on a hard horse, but that's one of the things I think is really hard about here, and it's hard about what I'm trying to do on my other thing. Getting real numbers is
But none of the things any members are entitled to are necessarily like secret, that if someone got a hold of it and looked at our P&Ls or something, what are they going to do with that? Be bored, maybe, I don't know, you know.
I look at it and think, okay, maybe. and I go home and shred it.
Right.
Yeah, so, because y'all will tell me if you have no money, right?
That's called being reasonable.
Money. Just go to treasurer at $4.
No, but really, if you can look forward in the
Yeah.
next couple of years to doing that, I think you'll have a much happier membership.
Thank you, Pam.
I'll be super quick. We have a policy resolution that the two of you are a part of authoring, and that helps us start the depreciation once we start getting assets that we can depreciate. We've not done that in the past. It's been a blanket thing. So first step was this board getting the financial situation under control, which they hired a consultant to. That's step one. What you're asking for, Kathy, is a reserve study, which would then be put on place. Two totally separate professional skill sets.
Yeah.
So you've got your situation that y'all are handling now, which allows you then to bolt on top of that a reserve study, which is what you're asking for. The 2 washers and dryers that were purchased are $3,600, I believe, is how much it was. So those don't actually meet the qualification of a capital expense that has to be depreciated, because we put in policy in that policy resolution as $5,000. So the threshold would be $5,000 for any new equipment that's purchased, would then fall into a depreciation schedule, which would work into the financials that they're working now and any reserve study that's done at any department.
Our depreciation schedule, you had to spend like about 25,000, 50,000, and then you.
Right, and that's all depends, that's all
you're
dependent
right.
on revenue and asset class and what they cost. So yeah, we're getting there. They've got the pieces. As we build out the professional skill sets to do these things, then that will fall in place and you'll get exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So it's a building process. That
Yeah,
takes
it's
some
not
time.
an automatic, I get it.
Yeah.
But we have,
Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, first we
there's
gotta,
more work for you.
we
to
gotta
do.
walk before we run.
Yep.
You know, we're just now getting real numbers. So,
Yeah, that's great.
okay, last,
We do have an auction coming up,
yes.
and it's gonna be on the, I don't know if we talked about it, I got it here a little bit late because of the
No.
breakfast, but it's on the 24th, next Saturday. Warren is gonna be kind of honchoing it with a bunch of other helpers. It's an opportunity for us to make pretty good money and to get rid of some things and to come together. I think that we have an auctioneer. I believe it's gonna be the judge.
John Paul?
It's gonna be John Paul Schuster. I'm hoping that can happen, but there's a lot of work that goes into it, but you can get some real bargains. It's an opportunity to empty up what you want to get rid of. And whatever monies that we do get, they will go actually either to the RV park or they'll go back to the fort in some form or fashion.
Thank
It's
you,
gonna
Steve.
start at 10 o'clock and go on till about 1 o'clock. It's gonna be at the fire station. Yes, sir.
Steve, do you need more items?
Yes, we
Always,
do.
yeah.
And yes, we do.
Okay, on a separate note, I want to thank you for the continual breakfasts you've been having at the RV park. Steve has led the RV park breakfasts where they've been saving money. I'm not sure how much they've raised this year.
I can give you an update.
They're doing an outstanding job in raising monies to help the RV park just by serving eggs and sausage and coffee
And pancakes.
and pancakes.
And orange juice.
and orange.
And sauce.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very
Oh, I
much.
wanted to add one more thing on that if I could. We only had 23 this morning. Okay, last week we had, well, it is cold, but it's nice and warm at our place and everybody leaves with a full belly and all they can eat. We only had 23 today, 23 happy customers. We're only gonna do this probably until about the first week in April because that's when our winter Texans leave. And when our winter Texans leave, we pretty much lose all of our volunteers. We'd like to keep this going, but we do it for about 5.5 months out of the year. It's one of the only food options we have. I don't know if it's really gonna go on next year, to be honest with you, because if I have a couple of our key people, if they, you know, they have other things to do, or they mentioned that maybe they don't wanna do this anymore, we could perhaps do something else at the fort, put on a nice brunch. I'd be happy to honcho that. We could do it at Dickman Hall, up our game a little bit. and all the profits would go right back into the fort, if you'd like that. So that's that. The other thing I wanted to, well, I guess we're all set on that auction though, but that's gonna be on the 24th, next Saturday, Old Fire Station at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And I'd like to thank Warren because it's a team effort on that. And we'll have a couple of high school kids that we're gonna be paying that could really use the money to help us out. The other thing is, with Fort Clark Days coming up, as you all know that. And as I had mentioned to the board, they were actually, were nice enough to let me speak to them for quite a bit, and I really appreciated that because I wanted to kind of share my passion with you. We need to get some younger participation. If we don't, this is going to come to a screeching halt. Every time we lose someone like a Barbara McFadden, we lose a very important part of our team. You know, knowledge is important, but if you don't have a good pass down, you know, like with Mallory this year, she's only, what, 29 years old or so, and she lives 2.5 hours from here, but she's taking on a massive load. And we need to make sure that we can help her out on that. But there are so many opportunities where we need key people. And I just find when you sit in these meetings, and as I mentioned, it looks like a rest home in there. I mean, we're all basically. No, I mean, we're all 70, 75, 80. I mean, where are the younger people? And if we don't get them on here, because you just don't, you know, snap your fingers and this happens. You have to attend the meetings. You have to do the jobs. Because if you don't, it's not going to get done. So we want to keep Fort Clark Day going. We'd also like to ask maybe if we can get one of the representatives from the fort, maybe someone who's like not hourly, but maybe salary to me that should be there other than a board member. So they can come to our Fort Clark Day meetings so they can see what's happening because there's a lot happening. Okay. And as we lose the Russell, I mean, you know, we all eventually will be
Expiring.
Hey, I'll make you a deal. If on board meeting weekends, you open up at 8 o'clock or 7:45, I'll bring 4.
4 to the meal or what?
Yeah, to the meal.
I will open up whenever you want me to. It's called taking one for the team. I'm all about that.
Or let's do it in the courtyard. You get a lot more breakfast if you serve them in the courtyard on board.
That's too hard.
Well, you just let us know where you want us and we'll work it out. Seriously.
Right, very good.
But I think it's important that we have somebody.
Okay, that's a
from the
discussion.
fort.
That's a separate discussion. Yeah.
Well, it is, but I'm just saying, I'm speaking for all of us. That's important. And I'm gonna talk to the mud folks too, because I know Marie, I'll be down in a minute. I was talking with the mud and they kind of act like, well, we live in Bracketville. Well, I don't care. You work at the fort, volunteer a little bit. Everything runs by volunteers.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Steve. All right, it is 10:47 and we are adjourned to executive session. Thank you all for coming.
Thank y'all.
Promise me before next
It is 1:33. We're back in session from executive session. No business was discussed, and we are adjourned.
Thank
Well,
you,
no
everyone.
business was
Well,
discussed.
yeah, no
I-
decisions were
No.
made.
You want to do it again?
Can we do that? No, it's live.
Correction.
Oh, are we still going? Okay.
Correction.
Correction. No decisions were made. We're adjourned. 33. They already don't think I know how to do my job anyway.